pay off its debts. The third way is similar. That's another way of making surpluses, budget surpluses, and that is by decreasing expenditure. So if you decrease expenditure, again, you help turn from a deficit to a surplus, and then you use some of that surplus to pay off your debt. So I've labeled those yellow, and I've labeled the top one green because increasing GDP growth is generally a good way to do it. The yellow way you can do it, yellow is kind of like, it's like orange in a traffic light. It's like, not sure about it. It can be good, it can be bad. It depends how it's done, okay? And then the fourth way I've labeled red because that's not a great way to do it, which is increase GDP by extractive growth. So that's extractive growth as opposed to in the green inclusive growth. So what's extractive growth? That's growth that is going to focus less on the people-centered economy and the Sautu economy that we've been talking about, and more on big projects that are potentially going to have harmful impacts or not benefits to most of the people, like big mining projects. Big mines are going to have a bad environmental impacts, not going to help the communities, deep sea mining, extractive tourism. So like big tourism developments is going to make a lot of money for foreigners that is going to potentially not be good for the island economy, for the ocean, but is going to bring in a lot of money, which ends up not necessarily staying in Fiji. Okay, so that will help you pay off your debt because the government will make some money from that, but it's not a great way for Fiji to grow. Okay, so that's why it will reduce the debt GDP ratio, but it's not necessarily where you want to go. So if we just go to the next slide, Andre, here's the healthy path. Okay, increasing GDP. So the green ones, increasing GDP by inclusive growth, increasing revenues via taxation. That is taxing people who aren't paying enough tax, taxing the wealthier Fijians who can afford to pay the tax. That's green because that's a good way to increase revenue, right? Decrease expenditure via cutting down on wasteful spending. That's another good way. So that's where we can turn the yellow ones green, and we can try to avoid doing this. So focus on these three. That would be a healthy path to reducing debt to GDP over the coming 5-10 years. Now there's an unhealthy way to do it. If we go to the next slide. So that would be not doing much of this, doing a lot of that, increasing revenues by, for example, taxing ordinary Fijians more. That's going to make it hard for ordinary Fijians. It will drive up cost of living because they're going to have less disposable income. Decreasing expenditure by cutting social services that are needed. We've been talking about that the last couple of days. So this is a painful path. It will still reduce debt to GDP, but it's a painful way to do it and will hurt most Fijians in the long run. So what's going to be important for FCOS and DCOS members over the coming years is to think, is the government following more like this painful path? Or if you go back, Andre, to the previous slide, is it pursuing a healthy path? Yeah? If it's pursuing a healthy path and you're seeing debt to GDP go down, no problem. You know, then you don't have to worry about the nuclear solution I'm going to talk about because you're on the way to doing it. You're growing your economy. You're not cutting social services. You're not harming ordinary people, and you're bringing your debt down. That's a win for everyone, okay? The other way, the painful path, it'll make IMF and creditors happy because you'll be paying off your debt, but it'll be painful for most Fijians. And you will know which is happening because you'll be seeing the impacts in your lives, in your community. So it's not really up to us to say which is happening. You'll know which is happening. But I'm just saying, watch what the government does and try and pressure them. Use your influence to pressure them to the healthy path. Okay, what happens if that doesn't work? What happens if the government doesn't listen to you and it starts pursuing this painful path? And your quality of life is going down, perhaps the environment is being further degraded. What do? You do have another option, and that's what I want to talk about now. If we move on to the next slide, Andre, it's an alternative. It's called debt restructuring, okay? So there are costs to debt restructuring, and a lot of the experts won't like it. Generally speaking, governments, finance ministries, the IMF don't like debt restructuring. And I'll talk about why in a second. So they're not popular, especially at the moment, because there's not a lot of that happening at the moment. There was a lot of it happening 20 years ago, as I'll say in a second. So the costs, what are the costs? The costs are, for a country like Fiji, which has sovereign debt markets, which has capital markets to raise money, to borrow, it will potentially raise the cost of borrowing. So it'll raise interest rates for the government's loans. And that's why the finance ministries won't like it. However, sometimes this is exaggerated. Okay, so sometimes this is used as an excuse not to do it, when in fact, it's true that it will probably raise the cost of borrowing. However, you have to think about, well, but which is worse? Paying slightly higher interest rates in the long run, or having these very harmful impacts that I talked about earlier? And often the costs are exaggerated. So that's just something to keep in mind, okay? Moving on to the next slide, Andre. Just the other way. Yeah. So in order to do a restructuring, you've got to think about who your creditors are. Remember, we have the 3 types of creditors. We have the bilateral, like, for example, China, US, Japan, Australia. We have the multilateral, like the IMF, ADB, and then we have the private bondholders, private creditors. Each of them usually has a sort of a group that you negotiate with. In the case of the bilateral creditors, it's this group called the Paris Club. Why are they called the Paris Club? Because it's a bunch of 20 or so countries that meet in Paris. All the creditor countries, Australia, Japan, US, EU, they all sit in the Paris Club. And that's where countries have to go to negotiate a bilateral debt restructure, either a debt relief or debt cancellation. The multilateral debts are usually handled by the IMF. They're the institution that helps negotiate multilateral debt restructuring. Sometimes the World Bank might be involved. Okay. The private debt, there really is no negotiation forum. It's a bit chaos, because you can think about it. There could be hundreds or thousands of investors who bought these bonds. It's very hard to negotiate with them. It is possible though, but it's just more messy. Okay. Moving on to the next slide, Andre. So there's sort of different types of debt restructuring. And again, I've sort of labeled them kind of the healthy ones and the not so good ones. So the 2 healthy ones, the first one is debt swaps or debt exchanges. So there was a conference last year that PIFS put on with a UN agency called UNESCAP. And some of you might have been in that conference. There was a big push to use debt swaps. This is where you basically do a deal with your creditor, usually bilateral creditor, where the creditor agrees to cancel some of your debt, usually around 50% of your debt to them. And in exchange, you sort of 50% gets written off, and the other 50% you put towards social programs or environmental programs in your country. So for example, there's a lot happening on debt swaps at the moment in terms of like green debt swaps. So for example, in the Caribbean and in the Indian Ocean, some nations are having some of their debt cancelled and putting money into say for example, ocean conservation or climate resilience programs, right? We don't, generally speaking, we would say that debt swaps can be okay, but they do have some drawbacks. It's usually hard to do it with all sets of creditors, and it's often hard to do it in a way that really sees a significant reduction in debt to GDP. So they're not bad, they're generally positive, but if you've got a really serious debt problem, they're probably not the solution. Okay, so they're okay, but they're probably not going to solve your problem. Okay, depends how they're done, but usually not. Then there's negotiated debt relief or debt cancellation. I'll talk about that in a minute, but that's where you negotiate with your creditors, usually with a group of countries or sometimes individually. If you're negotiating individually, you have a lot less power, but if you're doing it in a group, you have more power. And these are orderly types of debt restructuring. So they generally happen in a sort of calm, planned way, negotiated way. that's much better to the disorderly way, which is where you just default, where you just put your hands up one day and say, sorry, guys, can't pay. So the example, most recent example of default is obviously Sri Lanka. Okay. Sri Lanka defaulted on its debts because it got into such a bad situation. It literally had nothing left to pay its creditors. And that's a chaotic way. It's not a good situation to get into, because then the country has no agency at all to negotiate. It just basically is at the mercy of international organizations to fix itself, right? So that's not a good solution. Moving on to the next slide. So what are the benefits of like negotiated debt relief? You can see here a picture of the IMF programs, countries with IMF programs that had debt restructuring versus no debt restructuring. So you can see the success. This is the success percentage of the successful countries, okay, in green. Almost 50% of the successful countries had are the ones that had debt restructuring. And then the partially successful, almost 85% were either successful or partially successful if they had debt restructuring. Whereas without debt restructuring, you can see almost 50% of those IMF programs failed. Okay, so you can get a sense of how effective debt restructuring can be if it's done in a good way. Moving on to sort of the next slide, Andre. So what's the precedent for this sort of thing happening? A negotiated multilateral means lots of countries. A negotiated multilateral debt program. Well, there was one that was started in the 90s. In 1996, it was reformed again in 1999. It was called the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, but people just usually call it HIPC because it's easier to say, right? So if you hear people saying HIPC, 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 what's HIPC, what's HIPC? It's that initiative. It was, as I said, it was established in the 90s. As I said on my first comments on Wednesday morning, it came about through years of campaigning and advocacy by countries, by countries that had very high debts, because the 80s, as you probably know, was a bad decade for developing countries. There were lots of overlapping crises. A lot of countries got into debt, and their allies in the global north, civil society organizations like ours, like EFCOS and Piango, negotiated very, very hard. There was, as I said, marching on the streets. There were campaigns. It went for years. And finally, the G7, the World Bank, the IMF agreed to do these programs. And then it was, so at first it was just focusing on mostly on bilateral debts, but then they brought in the multilateral debts in 2005. With a sort of they beefed up the initiative in 2005, which was when I started working at Jubilee. So I was seeing this with my own eyes when at the sort of tail end of it. Okay. So just next slide, Andre. You can see which countries are involved. You can see these are all the HIPC countries, mostly sub-Saharan African countries. Okay. A few in Latin America and a few in Asia. Yeah. No Pacific countries. Pacific avoided that calamity, and it was doing comparatively well at that time. Pacific countries didn't need debt relief, okay, at that time. It's a little bit of a different story today, because today a lot of the countries that are getting into trouble are small island states. As I said on Wednesday, the Caribbean countries are in a much worse shape even than the Pacific countries. Some of the small island Indian Ocean island states are not doing so well with their debt, and we've seen that the Pacific countries are also starting to struggle a bit, okay? So, however, there is globally, especially in the last 12 months with the Ukraine war, oil prices going up, a lot of countries are struggling now, not just Sri Lanka. Pakistan's been in trouble. A lot of countries in Africa are in trouble. And also the climate crisis is meaning more spending is needed for adaptation, like we talked about over the last couple of days. So there's kind of quite a few things pushing the agenda towards maybe there could be a new HIPC in the next few years if things continue to get worse, okay? And so if you move to the next slide, Andre. However, if we were going to do a new HIPC, it would want to look quite different to the old one. Why is this? Well, firstly, there was a lot of conditionality attached to debt relief that wasn't necessarily good. For example, some of the programs that were forced on countries when they participated in HIPC were actually not so great. They some of them were good, but some of them were, cutting spending and policy changes that were not always positive. So HIPC was criticised for that. So we would want to see a difference there. We'd want to see vulnerability. So who gets access to the scheme a bit wider than it is now. Well, not that than it would be now, because at the moment, countries like Fiji wouldn't be eligible because it would be perceived as too wealthy. Okay, it's true there's a lot of wealth in Fiji, but it's also true that there's a lot of Fijians who aren't doing well, and so we would argue that countries like Fiji that are not so poor as some of its neighbours, they're doing quite well, but still should access this scheme potentially if it were created again, because it's got high GDP and because that wealth isn't necessarily distributed evenly. So that's where you need an index that measures vulnerability in a broader way. That's just a fancy way of saying a broader way of measuring vulnerability. Okay. We'd want to see more of a focus on climate adaptation and green recovery. So we'd want to see more of the sort of things we've been talking about in the last couple of days in terms of resilience for climate change, instead of necessarily just poverty reduction. Because as you see from the name, the HIPC program was very much about poverty, whereas we know in the 2020s, the crisis we're facing isn't just about poverty, it's environmental crisis, biodiversity, climate change, etc. Okay. And then thirdly, we'd want to involve the private creditors as well, not just HIPC just involved the bilateral and the multilateral creditors. If you don't involve the private creditors, then you still got problems with your debt, bringing your debt down. So what could Fiji do over the next, if it decided to go this way, and again, I'm not saying that it should, I'm just saying it's an option to consider. Just moving on to the last slide, Andre. So what could it do? It's better to negotiate as a bloc. If you go by yourself to the Paris Club or to the IMF, you have no power. Imagine little Fiji sitting in front of 19 or 20 powerful countries in Paris, one little country in that chair, and then 19 or 20 other of the wealthiest countries in the world. How much negotiating power do you think Fiji would have? Right? Not much. If you go as a bloc, you have much more power. Okay? That's just the basic principle of negotiation. So you could work together with other Pacific nations through PIFs. And we know that PIFs has been interested in this. It had its debt conference last year. So that would be an option. Obviously, you'd need to get the support of other PIFs nations. Okay? Another option you could do is team up with all small island states through IOSIS, the Association of Small Island States, because we know the Caribbean is facing the same problems, and some of the Indian Ocean states as well, right? So that would be an even bigger bloc to negotiate with. And then finally, there is a push at the UN for the creation of a more just debt resolution initiative. It's been going for many, many years. As long as I've been around, it's been going. And it doesn't have, it needs more countries to support it. So getting on board with the UN permanent multilateral sovereign debt resolution framework. Sorry, that's an absolute mouthful, but it just means a UN process that the UN would guide this process, which was much more likely to be fair and reasonable, because the UN has so many more, because smaller and less powerful countries have a much bigger voice of the UN than they do, for example, the World Bank or the IMF. So it's going to be a more just process if it's done through the UN. Yeah. So those are the types of options that Fiji would have if it wanted to go down this path. I think just going back to the first slide, Andre, just a reminder again that, this one. Just a reminder again that this path is only one you need to take if you feel like the red options, the harmful course has been taken rather than the healthy course. So it's not something that you will have to do. It's just something to keep in mind if you see the government pushing Fiji in the wrong direction, in the direction away from the South 2 economy. Okay? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that last one. You're referring to that as Fiji's options to debt restructuring.
Yes. Those would be the ways to push for a mechanism for debt restructuring that is going to have the best outcome for Fiji. You could negotiate as an individual country, and some countries have done that. Argentina has done that. Ecuador has done that. And in the case of Ecuador, they actually do it quite effectively, but and we can talk about that, but that they had a particular tactic, which was they did an audit of their debts and they found a lot of them to be illegitimate. That is to say that their debts were the result of a sort of an authoritarian government taking on bad loans. And they were able to get a certain amount of restructuring that way by declaring them illegitimate. That's possible to do. It would be challenging for Fiji to do. It's not impossible, but I think Ecuador, bigger country, bigger economy, it had a strong case to make that these debts were illegitimate. So that's another way to go. I didn't put it there because it would be a tough one, but it's a possibility. I think going through the multilateral fora it would be the best way to go, especially through PIFs, given we know PIFs is interested. Yes.
Just for the rest of the participants, if we are thinking of debt restructuring, that would be almost equivalent to me if I have a loan at the bank and I couldn't pay it or I have struggled to pay, then I would go and ask for a refinancing.
Some of it would be refinancing. Some of it would be what's called a haircut. It's a funny term, right? A haircut is where essentially you shave a bit off the debt. So maybe 20% or 30% gets written off. That happens not so much with your home and your bank, but it happens sometimes with businesses and their creditors. Businesses can negotiate a haircut with their creditors. So that's probably the better analogy would be in the business world rather than for you. Because yes, as a homeowner, the bank is usually unlikely to write off some of your debt in that way. They probably give you a refinance. Refinancing is often part of the program, but it doesn't really, it just sort of pushes the problem further down the road. What you really want is a cancellation of significant portion of your debt. Yeah. Any other questions? All right, I'm around for the rest of the morning, so you can come and ask me then if you want.
Thank you, Luke. Another round of applause for Luke. Thank you, Luke, for that wonderful session, informative early in the morning session that may help us have some deep thinking of the discussion we've had in the last 2 days. Yesterday, we ended with the formulations of our budget submission, or more of like our priorities as divisions. This morning, we are so fortunate that we have some of the most important people, I would rather say, in these last 3 days with us, where we are given the opportunity to apply some of the sectoral lenses into the priorities that we've already noted down yesterday from our submission. And these are the representatives from our government departments. They are the experts. They are the one that we normally consult for guidance. And also they are the one who are implementing programs that we normally bring to the table. They are the direct implementers on the community. So I won't take much of your time. I will now pass to, because it is a very important session, we think that it would be fitting that we have our national president, the most important person in the organization, to facilitate and moderate the session. So I'll invite Sepesa Rasilit to the front And he will do the honor of inviting and introducing our panelists.
Thank you, Josiah. Not the most important, you are. Talofa, back from Kiowa, lots of fish, lots of sun. And following your conversations online as well. And thank you to the team. I managed to have a look at what has been captured so far in the last 2 days. So the conversation this morning is about morning, Nisha. The conversation this morning is to hear our partners, our government partners, what has been happening, and also the programs as alluded to earlier by Josiah. So we're good with our chairs. Set. With us this morning, we have from the Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development, the Ministry of Itauke Affairs. Have they joined us yet? They're joining us sooner. From the Ministry of Social Welfare, Women, Social Welfare, Poverty Alleviation, and Children. Do I have that? Naoni, I have that correct? The name of the Ministry. Social Welfare, Social and Poverty Alleviation. Children and Poverty Alleviation. Okay. And the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health will be joining us soon, hopefully, but we'll have a list of questions to send them after this. Yes. Okay. Please, let's put our hands together. Okay. We'll invite the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development, Mr. Mitieli Dama, to come to the front. Thank you. The Department or the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, our representative. Thank you. Mereoni, who happens to be an aunt from Vanua Levu, of course. The Director of the Poverty Monitoring Unit, and also Racheli Mawa from the Department of Women. Okay. Please make them feel welcome. They are already shy as it is. Yeah. I'm sure they've heard. All right. So this is our panel this morning. Please, I've heard a bit about the snapshot this morning from the Executive Director of Piango, how beautiful it has been, the conversations in the last 2 days. Lots of questions, okay? And Seva's story about the provincial levy. Yeah, I read it and I heard it again this morning. So the conversation this morning is we are hearing from them in terms of what's already happening, what's in their plans. Yeah. So when we have questions, what we would like to ask is maybe after each representative has shared a bit, we'll ask you to hold your question, maybe 3 or 4, then we'll fill out our questions that we'll move to our next presenter. We have till break at 10:30, and I've seen the menu for tea. It'll be breakfast for most of us. Okay, so we'll give now the microphone to Mr. Dama to share his story with us. Please, if we feel we're not hearing it at the back, please just raise your hand so we can ask our speakers, our friends, not our guests, our friends, to speak a bit louder. Naka.
Nawaliw. Nisambul sa. Before I begin, I think it will be better for me to introduce myself. My name is Mitieli Dama, originally from Van Ramuala in Lau. And I have a wife from Kandau. So I think that should be enough for my introduction this morning. I'm currently the acting permanent secretary for the Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development. And I've been fortunate to be invited to be part of the panel discussion this morning. Thank you, Director, for the invite. And always willing to come and support our FCOS partner, because I know the important roles that you play towards our community development. That's why you always see us to come in order. I think, and I already mentioned that in one of my speech to one of the workshops that I've been invited to earlier, on the need for us to work together. Given the fact that government can't do development alone, it will never. It will need the support of the partners, include our NGOs, our CSOs, and our development partners. That's why we are here today. We are serving one community. And I think that's why it's very important for us to work together today. And I'm really also happy with the focus of the discussion. But for the purpose of the panel this morning, I think we will focus to what we've been tasked to do, just to focus on some of the key priorities that the ministry is planning to do in the next budget and in the next 2 to 3 years, for your information. So for the ministry, I think I will start off with disaster management before I move on to the rural development. Over the years, I think the ministry sometimes they operate it separately. They think they are separate. Disaster management is separate from development. But now, given my involvement in the ministry, I strongly advise the team that they need to work together. Development, disaster management, and development, they need to harmonize together. And probably I'll explain that later. In terms of some of the key priorities and key development that the ministry is currently focusing on, one of which probably most of you are aware is the finalization of the review of the NDMA Act, this National Disaster Management Act. I think that document is very important. It's subject to review, given the fact that over the years things have evolved. The magnitude of disasters has changed, or different challenges that we face in different communities has also evolved. So that's why I think we are strongly working towards review this National Disaster Management Act. As we speak, the Act is now with SD's office for final vetting. We plan to table that to Cabinet this month, and we are targeting the month of June to be tabled to Parliament. That's the plan for the NDMA Act, and we hope that when that Act is passed through, come through, it will provide more opportunity for us in terms of development initiatives, and the focus. I've been reliably informed, going through the content, the focus will be more towards disaster risk reduction initiative. We are moving away from being a reactive to more towards proactive approach towards disaster management. I think that is the focus of the revised Disaster Management Act. And I think probably most of you are aware, studies, literatures have already proven that $1 investment in DRR-related activities can save us probably around $4 to $7 in terms of rehab activities. And that is probably the practice in the past years. We are focusing more on rehab. We wait for the disaster to happen, then we react. Now the focus is try to focus more on disaster risk reduction related activities prior to any disaster event. I think that's probably the new direction that we are moving towards now when we talk about disaster management. The other key documents that we are, key areas that we are trying to focus as well is with regards to the maintenance of communication and our early warning system. That's another area that we are working closely on. We are trying to improve our early warning and communication system that will allow the ministry for us to plan and respond well and communicate as well during disaster. That's another area that I'm working towards. As you may be aware, we have our district office stations around the country. We want to upgrade them with our necessary communication equipment so that we can help us to coordinate, including our district officers, to coordinate with all the DCOS officers on the ground in terms of disaster management. There's another focus area that the ministry is focusing on in terms of the coordination of implementation of National Disaster Risk Reduction Policy. That's another document that we are trying to working closely along with our key stakeholders, especially on the areas of risk-informed development. Probably that's a new term, new language that is coming into the development space. But that's one of the areas that we are trying to focusing on more risk-informed development. When we talk about development, we are looking at right now. The ministries are looking at it differently. When there's a new projects implemented, we are looking at both risk to the project and also risk from that project, because sometimes projects can be implemented. We are not aware that it can create new risks to the community. Right. Some of the example, I think most of you already experienced. Some of the bridges, some of the wharf that have been built over the years. It's now a stumbling block again to the communities nearby. It's now created flooding in the communities nearby. Those are risks from the project that we are talking about, and it'll be good for us to work together, especially for the government and line ministries. We would try to advocate to line ministries the need to risk inform all the development programs in order to avoid the unnecessary costs later on in the years. Right now, we are piloting it in some of our projects, and then we are hoping to scale it up to some of our other programs, and then we are hoping to advocate that to our fellow line ministries, especially key infrastructure ministries like Water Authority, FRA, Telecom, on the need to embed risk-informed element in all their development projects. Those are the key areas that we are working towards. And also, in terms of the community disaster risk management policy, I think most of you are probably aware of that. I think the NDMO team are also working towards finalizing and implementing that policy in terms of to help us in coordinate and align efforts in disaster risk management at the national, sub-national, and local level as well. And we will also set up and help us to set up the good governance structure and mandate and responsibilities of key stakeholders in community disaster preparedness and risk management. I think it's also important because sometimes when we coordinate ourselves in district level, community level, sometimes we are working in silo. And sometimes end result is double dipping, as some of us probably may aware. And that's something we want to avoid. And not only avoid, maybe we try to minimize when sometimes community are receiving two sets of assistance from one agency, and then the next agency come, they receive the similar assistance, and then government come receive the same assistance. So that's something that we need to avoid. And that's why I mentioned earlier the need for us to work in partnership, work together to ensure that we have we cover all the areas and no one is left behind in terms of intervention on the ground. I think that there's the last one in terms of disaster management with regards to our national flood management policy. As you are aware, flooding is almost in most of the communities, and if there's a heavy rainfall, certain areas we are always call them as hot spots area for floods. We are also working to try to strengthen the capacity to plan and manage our flood events. So we are going to work closely with the Ministry of Waterways on how best we can identify the flood risk in terms of conducting more studies, conducting more pre-disaster prevention, and try to minimize the impact of flooding in most of our communities. and rivers. So basically, in terms of disaster management, those are key areas that the governments the ministries are being prioritized in terms of our disaster management. In terms of rural development, as you may aware, the coalition government is trying to revamp what we call the Rural Outer Island Development Program. These are a program that used to be the Ministry of Rural before. And then I think over the last few years, they shifted to the Ministry of Agriculture, and it's now back to the Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development. The plan, as you may aware, the initial Rural Outer Island Development Program was mostly focused on agriculture-related activities. Now we want to include agriculture, but also include other sectors that over the years we've been facing more challenges, or especially in terms of communication and other areas of rural roads, farm roads. Those are areas that we feel the new Rural Outer Island programs can come in and help in building the our community in terms of their development. So, and looking through just a few slides for the sessions this morning, I think a few focus on the debt, and for me, probably is the high level, but probably I missed the other sessions. For me, when I see debt, I look at the household debt. That's probably where you can feel the impact of the debt at the household level. Looking observing some of the discussion we have this morning with regards to the vulnerability. There is also vulnerability for household level. I hope you have sessions on some of the poverty analysis, and I think we have the right department here that will be talking about poverty. But if you manage to access the last household income and expenditure survey, there is probably so much information there with regards to vulnerability, some of the vulnerability issues that we are talking about here, and also with regards to poverty as well. So I think if you have time, please go through some of those documents that will help you to gain more understanding with regards to vulnerability and poverty and its linkages to household debt, as you already alluded to this morning. The other program that we are focusing, the ministry is also focusing on, is the Rural Housing Assistance Program. That is another program that the ministry is currently finalizing at the moment. As you may be aware, that program was with the ministry before, and then I think from 2017, the previous government shifted that program to the Ministry of Housing. And then what we've noted over the years, when they merge it together with the Ministry of Housing, and they streamlined that program together. What we observed is, when they merge them together and then they rank them in terms of priority, our rural housing component become insignificant in terms of priority. And that's what we've noted over the years. There's less rural housing being built over the years. And that's something that we are trying to revamp, that rural housing program, probably you guys are already all well familiar with the housing condition in our rural areas. And also, if you see some of the post-disaster management report over the years, one of the components that incurred most of the damage is from the housing sector. And if you can see some of the photos from the previous cyclone, especially TC Winston, most probably, most of these houses materials that are being blown off is the roofing structure. And those are the areas that we are trying to improve, just to ensure that we revamp this rural housing scheme, not only in terms of the design, we also try to revamp the scheme as well. We are now trying to improve the design to meet these Category 4 and Category 5 cyclone standard. and to be certified as well, engineer certified. So that is the new adjustment that we made to the rural housing, just to ensure that housing that is built in the rural areas are to that standard as well, and will be helpful for our finance institution as well, to at least consider that as a collateral, and because it's already cyclone certified and already meet that standard. But of course, it comes with a challenge as well in terms of the cost. Over the years, the same design, when we cost it's around 18,000. Now with an increase in the cost of materials, it's now around 27,000. So we are working towards try to ensure that the 1/3 component from our rural applicants are still affordable to them. That's why we are working closely with some of our financial institutions, how best they will come on board to assist in order to maintain that affordability issues with our rural communities. That's roughly in terms of our rural housing assistance scheme. We are also working closely with the Ministry of Forestry. As you may be aware, Ministry of Forestry have its own program in terms of pine harvesting. Now some of our pine matured, are ready to be harvested, but located in the community, like community-owned pine scheme. So we're working closely with them for us to ensure that we fast track some of the program that Ministry of Forestry are working on. For them, they can focus on the harvesting of pine, cutting, treating, and ripping of timbers, and according to the plan that we have. And after that, we can come in and build the house for them as a 2/3 component for government assistance. That's another plan that you are working on. And we hope that we'll fast track some of the demand for rural housing around our rural communities. So I think those are the two key programs that the ministry is doing. And lastly, for your information, the ministry is currently trying to formulate a national rural development database. I think that's an area that is very crucial for the ministry. Right now, the ministry, it's very hard for us to understand who's doing what in the rural areas. Even in the line ministries, most of the time, we are not aware what is Ministry of Agriculture is doing in rural areas in terms of their program, their location, in terms of the value of their program. That's something that we really want to consolidate. And we want to ensure that as a ministry responsible for rural development, at least we are aware and understand what other line ministries have been implementing in other rural areas around the country. And it will help us to coordinate and also to help us to provide advice as well to other line ministries. So that is the first step. And the second step, we will be requesting FCOS and the team and other CSOs, NGOs, if they can also provide the similar information to us, so that we can have a database that we can refer to as national database. And that database, it will be a user-friendly database. You will be also able to access it for the purpose of national development. It not only for the ministry, not only for the government, it will be user-friendly, meaning you can also access it for the purpose of development. That is the plan, and we are planning to do that in the last 10 years. We are targeted from 2011 to 2021. It's probably a massive exercise, but it's very crucial for our nation building. And that is something that we are currently working on at the moment. And once that is updated, we'll try to update that annually and become an annual updated event to ensure that all the information are being updated annually. And then you can keep tracking and monitor the development that is happening around in all the county in terms of by province, by Tekina, or even you can go down to by community. You can see who's doing what in terms of their program, the nature of their program, the focus of their program, the value of their development program. That's something that we want to make it readily available to all our development partners. I think in a nutshell, basically that's some of the priority from the Ministry of Rural Maritime Development. Thank you very much.
Pinabalibo, Mr. Dama. Hold your questions. I know we have a lot of questions because I'm looking my list. I have a full page already of what I collected, not questions. So we hold our questions while we go to the Department of Poverty Alleviation and then the Department of Women. Ms. Duimurlo.
Thank you, Sepesa. Firstly, we would like to thank Executive Director for EFCOS for inviting the ministry. It was just about 10 p.m. last night that we received the call from the Permanent Secretary to represent the ministry. So we hope that whatever we deliver this morning, it will be of assistance to the group. But firstly, we would like to introduce ourselves. I'll introduce myself before I'll give the mic to my colleague. Once again, I'm Mereoni Timuru, currently the acting director at the Poverty Monitoring Unit, one of the unit under the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation. But basically, ladies and gentlemen, just on the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, we understand the role of the ministry. We administer programs and services that protects and provide care for the vulnerable, that is our children, women, older persons, and persons living with disabilities. Not forgetting when it comes to on gender development and women development issues, my colleague, Ms. Rachel Limawa, the Principal Admin Officer at the Department of Women, we will talk more about the women machinery. But firstly, when we talk about the Department of Social Welfare, our apologies as well. The Acting Director of Social Welfare is also committed this morning. She will join us soon. But just to share some initiatives on the Department of Social Welfare and some of the key priorities. Currently, the social protection programs are on review in partnership with DFET. This is looking at the processes in place, the SOPs, their database, as well as ways to cushion shocks for our recipients that are under the social protection programs in times of disaster. But currently, when we look at the various social protection programs in the ministry, there are more than 90,000 recipients under these social protection programs, which are care and protection, the social pension scheme, we have the poverty benefit scheme, disability allowance, and the food voucher for rural pregnant mothers. So there are more than 90,000 recipients under this scheme. Another achievement for the ministry just lately that our staff, the Department of Social Welfare, are able to access to the Fiji Care portal. This is accessing the information of those that have passed on, because we have noted some of our recipients, especially their relatives, when members of their family who are part of our recipients passed on, there is no information to the ministry or to the department that they have passed on, so that we can delete them or remove them from our systems. So this is something that the ministry too is has currently been able to do. Another one is lately Cabinet has approved the establishment of the Department of Children, and we are so thankful. Just lately in the past week and until yesterday, we were working on the budget and the key priorities on the Department of Children. But this is one achievement where we will be able to demarcate exactly the work that is carried out by the Department of Social Welfare, and then prioritizing on the Department of Children as well. In terms of bilateral agreements and agreements between the ministry through our various departments, we have them in terms of our grants to organizations for our disability sector. We have our homes for our children, and there are still ongoing agreements with our ministry. In terms of the poverty unit, we do understand poverty is a cross-cutting issue. I must thank our acting PS for Ministry of Rural and Maritime, who was also the chief statistician at the FIBOS at one time, where we used to work closely on gathering data. It's really important to understand where we stand right now. As he has alluded earlier on, in terms of the poverty incidence, currently we sit on 24.10. That was revised, but it was at 29% in the latest 2019 to 2020 highest survey. But when we compare that incidence of poverty, and we look at how much government has done, not only government, but in partnership with our non-state actors, the many assistance, the many support that has given, we would like to, to really understand our stand on where we are in terms of alleviating poverty. But when we look at government, according to an analysis that we carried out last year in November, figures given by the then Ministry of Economy, government has invested 7.1 billion in the past 7 fiscal years towards poverty alleviation across 24 government ministries. So when we look at poverty from the poverty perspective, when we come into monitor programs that are poverty related, we noted there's a lot of gaps from our recipients. But from the poverty monitoring unit, when we go down to communities to monitor, there are various projects that we monitor. It's either individual, group, community-based or school-based projects. We noted there are a lot of challenges too on the ground. Some of the challenges that, some of the common challenges that I would like to share this morning, for example, accessibility. We have the produce, but there is no market. Probably there is a need to strengthen our collaboration amongst government agencies. For instance, looking at a program that was implemented by the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Trade and Tourism at one time, the Micro and Small Business Grant. It was a one-off 1,000 grant. We noted that there was a lot of failure on that project because when we came down to check on the projects, we noted that there was lack of feasibility study. Given a seaweed project in one area where climate was not suitable for that particular project. So when we look at those type of challenges, we noted that there is still lack of collaborations amongst government ministries in terms of probably providing technical advice support in the first place, or involving those that have the do know how on those projects. But again, when we look at poverty, ladies and gentlemen, poverty is, for example, in Fiji, way back in 2012, when the unit was with the Office of the Prime Minister, we had a workshop on the definition of poverty from there and taking it right down at community level. But I'm so glad that currently, for us, one of the key priority for the unit, we are planning to establish a national coordinating body for poverty alleviation. And that was an outcome of the Poverty Forum that was held way back in 2020. We have done the processes in place. It's planned to move out before the end of this financial year. But I'm so glad that we are here this morning, given to understand that poverty is a cross-cutting issue. I have a sick child. I cannot take him or her to hospital. That's poverty. I don't have enough food on the table. That's poverty. Violence of human rights is poverty. I cannot send my child to school and he is not able to read and write. That's illiterate. That's poverty. So, and we are so glad that government has introduced various programs. For us, it's more than 100 programs government has introduced. Looking at Ministry of Rural and Maritime Development, we have programs under the Public Sector Investment Program. That's a more than 100,000 program that supports community in terms of infrastructures, schools, health centers. And then We have self-help projects. We have community access roads. When we move into Ministry of Education, we have programs under Ministry of Education. For example, we have the TELS, we have the National Topper Scheme, we have library and secondary school primary education that supports transport assistance program. And then when we move to Ministry of Industry and Trade, we have the YES program, a young entrepreneurship. We have MSMEs under the Ministry of Women, Children, Poverty Alleviation, as well as our sister departments. We have their programs in place, and it's across government. So for us, when we look at poverty, to really think of alleviating poverty, it's not only about talking about one body, but it's about everybody. So when we talk about poverty is a multidimensional. So it requires a multidimensional approach to reduce poverty. And then before I conclude and give the microphone to Ms. Mawa this morning, I'm so glad that we are invited here. We always talk about collaboration. We always talk about strengthening collaboration. We also always talk about data sharing, well, probably that's amongst government ministries, but I hope things are changing now. We will walk into collaboration in terms of, because for us in the unit, in the poverty monitoring unit, this sets the platform of our work, our database. If we don't have baseline information, we won't be able to carry out our research, our survey. So this is one of the great challenges that we face. And we hope for the change in leadership, the change in how we see things, to make things better. Because when we talk about for the monitoring that we carry out, for us, we talk about impact assessment. How has the program, the project impacting the livelihoods of people right here on the ground? But then when we look at, if for us as policy makers, as decision makers, on top here, if we are not working together in collaborations, I think things will not be possible. So that is all from my end this morning. Thank you for listening. And now I give the microphone to Chelly, who will further deliberate on the women machinery. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, good morning again. And I must share and echo the sentiment in terms of acknowledging the invitation conveyed to the ministry, specifically the Department for Women. Now, from the Department for Women, the roles of the Department for Women is actually to advise government, provide policy advice to government on the gender concerns in relation to the development of women in general. And with that, I must say that gender equality is fundamental to human rights and also essential for the building of a fair and just society. With that, the Department for Women is committed to the development of women. And with that, our commitment is enshrined in the 2013 Constitution, also in relation to the National Gender Policy with the key commitments, and also in respect to the strategic development goals, which is something that Fiji is a party to. And with that, the statistics highlighted some of the very interesting status of women. And I must say that recently we've just launched the Fiji Country Gender Assessment, which highlighted the status of women in general. And this is the first for the Asia Pacific and also for the region in terms of a sort of evidence-based from the data that we use. And I must say this has been done through collaborative work with key stakeholders, looking at some of the issues which in 1995, some of the group of women who took with them to the Beijing conference that was held in China, way back then, but this is something that have developed with other issues that emerge as we have our journey, and something that we have picked up. So for us, that was a milestone in terms of to gauge the status of women in Fiji. So for the department, we have three major thematic areas that we concentrate on, which is the one is the ending violence against women and girls. And I must highlight that the stat says that, 64% of women have experienced violence. And that is 2 out of 3, which is above the global average. And for that, they are currently work in place. And we are so excited to also say that very soon we will be launching the National Action Plan to prevent violence against women and girls. And this is was a whole of government, whole of population approach in terms of the consultation that was undertaken with 13 key settings. And we have traveled to the Maritime, and also during COVID, we had used the digital platform to also access to other settings where we could get information in terms of the development of this National Action Plan. So this is something that that had eventuated since 2019. It's a whole lot of work involved, which is also with those settings, it's costed. So there's activities involved that needs to be undertaken by respective settings with a cost that's tagged to it. With that, we also have the service delivery. It's a national service delivery protocol for responding to cases of gender-based violence. And you may have known that, the 64% that I mentioned was from the survey that was done. However, in terms of the reported cases, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And I must say that during COVID-19, there was an acceleration of cases of GBV because of the restrictions. And interesting to note that, survivors do not call at the time when incident happened during COVID-19 because they were monitored, but they do call the helpline once they are freed from the situation they are in, that they are able to call, and they are also able to seek assistance for that matter. So the service delivery protocol, which is signed by 11 agencies consisting of government agencies and also non-government organizations who are health providers, shelters or accommodation providers. They are also providing securities and also in terms of the access to justice. And this is very important in terms of how do women really access to services, and how do stakeholders refer cases or provide services when they come and knock at their doorstep. So this is very important. So at the moment, we have developed and localized the referral pathway from the National Service Delivery Protocol. And we have a local referral for the 3 provinces in the north, Maduata, Avakondrobe, and Bua, which is localized to the Tikinas, so that when the case of domestic violence or gender-based violence reach the Turangani Koro or reach the community nurse, where do they refer the case to? That's very important in terms of, leaving these cases not attended to, but it's very important that they also be provided with services that they do need and at that time. So the other one in relation to ending violence against women and girls is the provision of a shelter standard, knowing that there are currently shelter providers, but we need a national shelter standard to actually align some of the work, which is a guideline to these shelters, so that they align to in terms of the standard that they need to provide, to ensure the safety and protection of survivors or those who need assistance at the shelter. We are also, we have done consultation and this has been finalized. We hope to also launch this soon so that it's being undertaken or implemented by shelter providers. We also have a domestic violence helpline. It's a national helpline which is administered by the Fiji Women's Crisis Center. So whoever and wherever they are, when they are accessible to a network, they can call, which is a toll-free helpline, and the number is 1560. Sometimes, you know, as bystanders, when people come to us, when survivors come to us, we do not really know what to do. So instead of, you know, referring them to other places or don't know what to do, you can actually call the 1560, and there is a personnel on the other side of the line who can actually assist in terms of this. We're also working on our GBV shelter. We hope to establish a national center to assist those women. I must say that there are women who come in the middle of the night, who ended up at our office, who call us in terms of providing in need of a shelter. So we're working with key stakeholders, the Fiji Police Force, even with the non-government organization, Fiji Women's Crisis Center, the shelter, Family Care Shelter of the Salvation Army, and also the Homes of Hope in terms of providing shelters to those that are in need. The second thematic area that I would like to highlight is the women's economic empowerment. And I must say that statistics highlighted that, you know, it's about the employment in the, there is a 36% of working Fijian in the tourism sector, and the majority of these are women. And it's, you know, interesting to note that the employment is lower than men. Women employment rate is lower than men, and there's 46% of women in labor force. This is the age group of 15 to 54. So with that, a lot of women are in the informal sector, I must say. And with that, we have various programs in terms of accessing to financial resources and services. The department is actually moving out from implementation of training to actually coordinating. So we have provided some funding to NGOs to assist us in terms of the implementation or the conduct of training. And you will note the Makoi vocational centers who have been assisting us in terms of training women and graduating women from their center. So this is the collaborative effort between the ministry and some of organization, also the Mbao Women's Forum in Bai, if I may say this. And this is some of the work that we're doing in partnership because they are there on the ground. We are working with them in terms of giving them financial assistance so that they can be actually trained and others in terms of practical needs training and also strategic needs training. The other area of work that we're working on is in terms of training, in terms of information communication technology. We're living in a world of technology, so there's a whole lot of mechanism that's in place that can assist women in terms of promoting their product through marketing. So we are also working with women in relation to ICT training through ADB and UNESCAP. And I must say that also the country gender assessment highlighted that there are a lot of women who access to mobile or own mobile phones, so they access internet services for that matter. Now, currently at the moment, we've just completed the divisional mini expos in the Northern Division. So this is an opportunity to bring in artisan who would be able to market, promote their product at that level. Interesting to note that, you know, in the Northern Division Mini Expo, we have the likes of Prouds who comes in to purchase product from women. And I must say that, you know, the second day of, just to highlight of the day, there was a woman who earned about 2,000, you know, in terms of the pearl products. And these are some of the things that women access to when we have this platform. So we have 3 other divisions who will be having this mini expo. And for the next financial year, we're hoping to have the National Women's Expo, hopefully in terms of bringing in women, not just to sell their product, but to link them to buyers, potential buyers locally, and also they would be able to export their product. Moving on in terms of the gender and climate change, I think we are also working in terms of women's resilience to climate change. This is very important. I'm grateful that the PS is here with us talking about the policy that's in place, and also in terms of the some of the legislation. And this is not just the work of the Department for Women. We are also working with the stakeholders, with UN Women, with the Ministry of Rural and Maritime, and also our some of other external partners. You know, we always say women are agents of change, and they also are there, you know, in terms of the frontliners, you know, in the absence of service providers coming in, the communities, women are already there. So it's important that we work with communities, with stakeholders in terms of providing a way in terms of creating resilience in times of disaster. And we're also looking at working in partnership with UN Women in terms of conducting of service mapping, so that we would be able to have some policy recommendations in that regard. And with that, I know that we also have a safety and protection cluster. It's not just meeting during or before an emergency, but it's an ongoing meeting to look at, you know, preparedness, and also in terms of mitigation, and likewise on women's resilience to disaster for that matter. Having highlighted that, I must also add that Fiji is a party to international conventions and treaties. So we're gearing up to the submission of the 6th State CEDAW report. And this is something that we work with government ministries and also with NGOs. And I know that NGOs always submit a parallel report for that matter. And this is in relation to highlighting the progress of the work that has been undertaken. So with that, I think I must end here. There's a whole lot of work undertaken. I must acknowledge the various groups, communities that are here. Thank you, of course, for the organization of this consultation, which allows us to come and participate. One of the last things I just wanted to highlight is that the Department for Women, the ministry, is also working on gender mainstreaming, gender transformative institutional capacity development. And this is work with government ministries in relation to gender analysis. We've completed 8 ministries, including Ministry of Economy and us, which is a partner. And this is complementing the work that the Ministry of Economy is doing in terms of gender responsive budgeting. So that when government ministries come to you I think I must say here, that they are able to do a gender analysis in terms of project, taking into account the key gender consideration in relation to the ownership of resources, the time use, and there's a whole lot of who access resources, who owns, because very important when a project is set up on a piece of land, and it's a women's project, maybe the project is there, the say is not theirs, or the ownership and the control is with somebody else. Maybe with the Matangali, the leader of the Matangali, or the Turani Matangali, who is the man. So these are the work that we've undertaken, and we've taken on board another 8 ministries. And the work that we do is to train them, to enhance their skills and knowledge in terms of how to do gender analysis. Apart from that, it's the submission of the gender responsive budget. It's not about increasing budget. It's about taking into account the consideration in terms of gender issues and the gender implications on those budget. And I'm so glad the PS Ministry of Rural Development is here, and they are also one of the new ministry that's on board for this second cohort. So there's work undertaken, and at the moment, in terms of the development of the WINEP, there's also going to be a Women's Economic Empowerment National Action Plan, and at the moment, there is the initial meeting happening, and we hope to develop that in the future. So with that, thank you so very much for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mawa, Ms. Tuimuru, and Mr. Dama. So the questions, if we have questions, and just listening or summarizing or what I've heard so far in terms of what they've shared, they're talking a lot about data. And coordination came out strongly. How do we talk to each other in terms of our data and risk-informed strategies? We were talking about debt restructure this morning. So how do we, in terms of our questions that we have, how do we or what more do we want to know about in terms of the respective ministries and the sectoral overview they've shared with us in terms of their programs? What do we have in terms of the questions that we have in thinking about our members, our community-based organizations, and the people that we work with on the ground? When the acting PS was talking about coordination, I immediately thought about the Western Division in terms of flooding, in terms of moving people living with disabilities, the elderly, the nursing mothers. What do we have in terms of questions and the wealth of information and the programs that they've shared with us? And something that hit me really hard is the over 90,000 beneficiaries with the Department of Social Welfare and Women. Yeah, and also the newest department, the Department of Children. So we are moving to it, so no one is left behind. So if we have, let's give another round of applause to our friends this morning, our guests. So if you have a question, I would like for you to raise your hand, ask your question. Where are you from? Which DCOS or CBO or national or regional organization? And who are you directing your question to? This.
Malombula. Osayomoli from the Moala District Council. My question is directed at the two ladies. First, the Poverty Alleviation Unit. Back in 2009, one of your programs, Working Out of Poverty, actually look at getting those that are receiving assistance to actually phase out of the assistance by doing SMEs, and also there were housing assistance that was done as well. The FCOS actually took over the program for about a year, and also attaching it to our MFU unit, where those that are receiving SME are also trained and also guided by our officers as well. The question is because we were talking yesterday about helping government with debt and what we can do as communities. If there is a thought of restructuring this and doing consultation on how we can do this better as well before we going on to the new budget year as well. I'm asking this looking at different ministries doing housings and everything, and you have 19,000 recipients receiving assistance. How we can coordinate an effort where we help this recipient phase out by asking the right questions. What will it take for them to actually phase out from the assistance that they've been receiving for years as well? The second is to the Ministry of Women. This in regards to maybe social welfare officer for the Access Mall. I've been in Mall for a year. I've only seen one social welfare officer that came with a boat that came, I think it was last month. And they only spent few hours while people were still lining up. The boat was ready to leave again. I'm asking this, if they're not able to access service, then imagine access to justice. There is a lot of issues that is coming out from these communities. My question is, what will it take? What will it trigger for the ministry to actually invest in the Eastern Division? Will it be, is it population? Do we need to reach our populations? Do I need to ask people from Laos to have more babies in order for them to get your attention? Or is it by stats, crime and other offenses and things to happen for us to react to what is already happening? Because there are a lot of underlying issues that is informing this. Our officers, the officers that are there in terms of police are not well informed, and the understanding of laws as well in keeping safety. They actually they are not looking into issues that need to be addressed. So I'm hoping that the ministry will look into this. And yesterday, when we're talking about how do we move forward from here, we were talking about a sunrise policy. We always look north, we often look west, we always look at the central, but every statistic and stats that are coming from the government shows that the eastern are the most underdeveloped divisions in Fiji. So this request from Moala District Council. Maloy?
Thank you, sir. Probably on the first question, if I translate that, it would be just you asking us, how can we improve the numbers, the 90,000 that are currently under our SPP system to move out? That is also one of the key priority areas, as I have alluded earlier on during our discussion this morning, that the ministry is now, the Department of Social Welfare is moving towards reforming our social protection programs. So in terms of reform, we do understand they are currently doing an evaluation. The P4SP, they are engaged. They have been engaged with DFET to look at the systems in place, evaluate the systems, look at the gaps, and identify the opportunities. How we're going to improve our SPP system in place, that in terms of our processes, our SPP data, probably look at ways that we can cushion shocks during a disaster. But currently what the ministry is also doing is trying to looking at ways, for example, there are some able-bodied persons that are also supported through the programs when we look at some of the programs. When we look at that and analyze it, we do understand. And then, there's a question coming into our mind asking that, how is he in the assistance when he's able-bodied? He's strong, he can stand on his own feet. But currently, what the ministry is doing is working in partnership with other probably financial institutions, looking at ways where we can provide training, getting them out from where they are now, to be able to sustain them and make the person that we're trying to move him out from the assistance be able to sustain himself, look into job opportunities. It's not only that, there are other opportunities where we're looking at, we can link them to other institutions, other organizations that can support them, to start off his or her own small businesses. I think that answers your question. Thank you.
Probably if I might just add, in terms of accessing services in the Eastern Division, the ministry also have a REACH program. And this is not just the ministry going alone. It provides services. They go out to the Eastern Division, and I do understand there was a visitation that went to the Lomeviti, and also they've been to Kandavu. However, in terms of the distribution of the cash assistance from the Department of Social Welfare, the Department of Women also goes with them. And it's not just for that, but it's also in relation to provision of information. And I do not, understand the question that's coming in, and going out to the Eastern Division requires, time, and also there is money expended. It's high cost. And the team from the ministry, which is the Department of Social Welfare, they actually take risk in terms of going by, open boat to dispatch that, and also to provide assistance to the communities that's out there. In terms of economic assessment, if I just give a number in terms of the resources, now with our National Women's Expo that was held in 2019, when we look at the overall intake, the investment that was made, the sales from the 4 division, the highest was from the Eastern Division, and majority was from the province of Laos, which 100,000+, and that really tells us a lot in terms of what can be made, what can be promoted, marketed. And these are the things that women are doing. And I must say here that they are coming again at the end of this month to also promote. But the thing is, in terms of, taking those money back to the community, then again, it comes to in terms of control. Because in most of the cases, these women are being asked, give me the money, I will actually spend that money. They actually market the product, and this is also the same with the market vendors, I must say. At the end of the day, the intake is taken by, the men. And this is where we are working in terms of how do we make sure that the investment or the sales from this event is made into a well, maintained or a productive investment for that matter, back at where they came from. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. This question is directed towards the gentleman on the left. I'm from Kandavu. My name is Navi, and I've been residing in Kandavu for 4 years now. So I'm also the youth coordinator for the Nakasilaka district in Kandavu in relation to development for the lives of the youth and the children as well. So my question is in relations to rural development. In relations, you advise that the housing in rural development has dropped, and not a lot of people are progressing into building houses. One thing that I saw in Kandavu is that the transportation cost of building a house in Kandavu is enormous. Not only enormous, it's quite hefty. I'm 32 this year, and I'm building a house. I've already spent $90,000 in building my house in Kandavu. With the $90,000, $20,000 from that comes from transportation of materials itself. And my question to the officer or to the rural and development ministry is that there used to be a government policy in the past whereby if people from the Eastern Division, like individuals from the Eastern Division, used to build homes, the government would transport their housing materials for free. Would the government still be able to do that? Because the progress of youth and development of people in rural areas depends on this. And it is quite unfair because when people build houses in Suva, the companies, the manufacturers or the companies, they supply the materials, they just go and deliver the products without any fees at all. But for us, life is already hard in the rural areas, but yet we have to take on the cost of that amount. And given the hard times that we have now, and it's quite hard for us. So my question to the government, would you be able to adopt a policy which was introduced back in the 90s, during the governments in the 90s, to transport materials for first homeowners? Because you're saying that there's a 1/3 scheme, and then there's the first homeowner scheme. But in Kandavu, we really don't need that scheme because the requirements that you have, it's quite impossible for us to meet. But what we are asking is for the assistance. Instead of giving us that scheme, would you be able to revive that policy in the past so that we will be able to build our house comfortably and just we will buy the materials and you support us with the transportation of our materials? Thank you.
Now, thank you so much for your question. I'm just joking to myself. I can confidently count it because my wife is from Kandavu as well. Okay, in a nutshell, I'll probably give an overview. In terms of overall development, if you're ranking the Eastern Division, Kandavu is the most developed out of all of them. That's one. There's a few reasons for that, because in terms of accessibility, Kandavu is the most accessible. Ships going to twice a week compared to other islands, maritime islands. So you have planes, I think twice a week as well. So that means in terms of accessibility, Kandavu is still far ahead. So that's why for me, when you look at overall development in the Eastern Division, Kandavu is in front. It's far. I mean, it's not far, but it's ahead in terms of development and opportunities, access to opportunities. But the issues that you raised with regards to transportation cost, that's something that we are trying to address at the moment, because most of the complaint comes in terms of the high shipping freight that being charged by our current operators. Sometimes the cost of shipping our materials across to the island is almost probably 80% of the cost of material. They almost match the cost of material they're trying to ship across. And I think FCCC, Commerce Commission, they are also, from my understanding, they are now trying to control the freight of some of the items that are shipping across to the maritime island. So I think that's one. Secondly, with regards to housing, as I explained it earlier, there's 3 schemes in that rural housing assistance program. The first one, scheme 1, it's for that purpose. I think for applicants who are able to purchase their materials, and I think the minimum for us, if I recall it correctly, minimum of 2,500, or it's probably more. If you purchase your material that's to that minimum, then government will assist in the transportation of your materials. So that's will be part of the new program, and I think probably that's what you're referring to, that what exists before. The scheme 2 is the normal 1/3, 2/3. 1/3 contribution from the applicants, then 2/3 will be the government assistance program. Then the scheme 3, as I mentioned earlier, our partnership with the Ministry of Forestry. Those are the three schemes that will be reintroduced as part of the rural housing assistance program. So probably to comment on the question from the Moala District Council member in terms of access to service. Probably I didn't mention earlier. We are also now submitting in our budget submission the need for us to establish our district offices in the island of Moala. I think one in Lakemba, probably one in Bonombalau. So that we want to ensure we are closer to the community. So that's something we are also prioritizing to ensure that our presence in those in the Eastern Division are visible. Because right now we have one in Lomoivici, one in Kandavu, but we also want some more visibility in the Eastern Division as well. So hopefully that can make our coordination much easier from the Eastern Division as well. We're talking about linking to the issues that were raised by my two colleagues with regards to poverty and with regards to domestic violence. I was trying to think about what are some of the underlying causes of that. And only then, when you understand the underlying causes, then you can help you to come up with a program to address those problems. And it's linking very well to what we are trying to do. In terms of our ROI program, what we are trying to do to help Ministry of Agriculture in increasing the productivity and production of our subsistence farmers. Because if you look at the poverty, most of the poverty rate coming from household head of the household, who are mostly subsistence farmers, engaged in subsistence farmers. These are the ones who recorded with the most high poverty rates. Not only that, if you probably you may aware, how we measure poverty has changed. It's now from usually we use the income base to measure poverty. Now we are using the consumption base. It's based on what you consume. Not only based on what you consume, it's based on the nutriency level of what you consume. That's how you measure poverty. Sometimes they may misinterpret. How come Eastern Division is high poverty rate? They have rich marine resources. They have rich natural resources. It depends. You can have all the rich resources around you, but still you consume non-nutritious foods. I can give you an example. If you compare the food basket for the last 2 household high survey, you can see there's a change in consumption patterns in our rural areas. In the last highs, you hardly see noodles and tuna. Now, when you see the consumption, you can see most of the household are now consuming noodles and tuna and biscuits. The question is why? Why our rural households are changing their consumption pattern when you have all the resources surround you? One of the issues that we also observe, sometimes, as I already mentioned by Acting Director Poverty, sometimes they mention quote one big number, 7 billion. Now, Minister of Finance, sometimes they use this to, we've done a lot. But if you didn't analyze the impact of that 7 billion to individual household, you're still gonna missing the mark. And that's what we've noted over the years, because sometimes especially our elderly recipients, when they receive their social welfare, what we've noted is the household head whose members are elderly who receive the recipients, these are the household head with declining production. We found that they are now their rate of farming it's drastically declined because they are relying on the social welfare recipients. And these are the ones who always go to the shops. They receive the recipient, they go to the canteen, the cooperative store to buy all those stuff. And then the implication on their farming effort, it's drastically reduced. That's something we are working closely with agriculture. How best we can improve on that. Those are the things that we've some of the gaps that we have identified over the years. And also when we talk about poverty, once you understand how it's measured, then you can come up with a program, as I mentioned earlier. That's why our rural out program are now focusing more on income generating program. as you know, the Ministry of Agriculture, they have so many agriculture programs focusing on our farmers. But you can see that it's mostly based on demand driven. It's demand driven. It's based on your application. That's one. And it's also based on the ability of the staff to create awareness about their program, and so that people can aware that there is a program available. So that's how they. But for us, when we analyze their agriculture census 2020, when you analyze it, you can see majority of the farmland areas are within the Kovu, within the Matangali land. Majority, more than 50%, right? These are the areas that our rural out-island development program are now targeting. We are targeting that space, that land that is available within the Kovu areas. What we're doing now, the previous practice, like if you want to access to fund, then you need to de-reserve some of those land, right? De-reserve so that you can access the fund, then you can develop it. What our approach now is different. We are now trying to pilot some of the program to put the machinery, access to, because the one of the issues now is access to machinery, right? For example, I'll put an example. The government have been trying to advocate the need, you create scheme, work in cooperatives, and then we can provide assistance. But in the end, our farmers, they're using manual. They're using the fork and spade, and that's to do those. What we are trying to do now, we equip them with heavy machinery to help in the clearing of the land. That's I think that's the stumbling block. Clearing, make the land clearing, make it easy for them, and then Ministry of Agriculture can come in with their program, come in with their tractors, with their rotovators, with their different seeds to increase the production and the planting of those arable land that we have. So that's the direction we are going at the moment, and we hope, and that will contribute to the increasing income of the subsistence farmers with higher poverty rates, and that will also contribute to addressing some of the issues that the Department of Women have been facing in terms of domestic issues. Because I'm trying to understand if some of those domestic issues are being the underlying causes of lack of income, lack of what we're receiving from the, so that's probably at least will contribute to addressing some of those problems.
Manaka, just before we have two hands up, we have from Rewadiko, there's three. Rewadiko's okay. When are we supposed to have tea? In the next few minutes, yeah? But we'll hear your questions. We have Ananai, then Seva, then Te from Ba. Okay, let's start with Ananai, then we'll move to Seva and Te, then Moturiki, then second Ba, then Nakasaleka, and right at the back, Nandi. And Isoa. Yes, you have a question. Okay, Ananai. Your question and who would you like to direct it to? But just thinking about what we're hearing here is asking us again about Solo Solevaki. Yeah, and that's the fabric of our community. That's how we do work. Okay, so it's thinking back about the last 2 days conversations and how can we take this forward. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so it's not just dependency that we need to cut off. Yeah, it's also looking at our own resilience. Yeah, good so far. Yes, Ananai. Ananai, and your question to who?
My name is Ananai from Rewadikos. My question goes to the Ministry of Rural. First of all, I want to thank on behalf of PG Council for Social Services and all the Dicos Central to allow space for us to be part of your advisory council in the Central Division. So we have 4 of us from the Dicos to be part of your advisory in the Central Division and the Rewa constituency. And I want to, I think it's in 2019, we have a workshop in the Pearl. We have a Tanglo session with the Ministry of Commissioner Central. It's like the Matuwale concept between rural development and the causes, how we can work together in the community. So we have 4 of us and 1 from the Save the Children. be advisory, allowing space for to be advisory councillors. So a big care to you so that we have more DCOSs here in the community, working in the community. If you have more spaces in advisory, I hope you can allow some of the DCOSs in every DCOSs area, because we all know what we are going through in the community. Especially, we also use our network to use our network apart from our government network. So I hope it's a big care for you, so that we have advisories, DCOSs from Tawu here can include to be part of that space for advisory council. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to quickly answer that question, we really welcome that. And I hope other divisions are being member of the advisory board as well. If not, then probably I'd just request a letter of request from the director, send it across to us, seeking that request to be a member of the, then we can facilitate that through our commissioners. Right? So I think that's very important. What we need is the feedback from the ground. That's what we need. Because otherwise, we at the divisional level, we assume that everything is fine. But those, I mean, as I mentioned, you are the hands and ears on the ground. The feedback in terms of the development, the impact, all those feedback needs to come back to us so that we can address it together. So we most welcome that request. Nak.
Thank you. My name is Sevanaya with the Citizens Constitutional Forum. And I was hoping to see a rep from the Ministry of Itaukei Affairs here. I believe you'll all know the reason because of my presentation yesterday was the work that we do at CCF. At the moment, we work with communities, especially Itaukei communities, on their integrated village development plan. This is not a question, just to a comment and to thank the two ministries that are here, now that we know the different the projects and the work that you are carrying out. And thank you very much for that. One very important point that was brought up was the collaboration within the ministries. And that is why I said I wished the Ministry of Itaukei Affairs was here, and their office is just here. It's just a few steps away from where we're having the workshop, but they are not here. But we all know where, because of the Itaukei mentality that we have, no wonder we are always pulled back because of it. They're just 5 minutes away, or just few steps, and they are not here. But thank you very much to the officers. Your offices are so far away, but you were able to be available this morning. Vinaka. And yeah, the important thing, we do village development plans. It's with the Itaukei Affairs, the ministries. What we are always reminding them to please bring in the Ministry of Rural, Ministry of Women, because the goals that they have, which was set up, the goals in that IVDP, which was set up by the Ministry of Itaukei Affairs, is in line with what you've already shared with us. Women empowerment, rural development. So if they were here this morning, I'll be talking for the next 1 hour, just looking at them. Vinata.
Maybe I'll attempt to answer that question. For your information, we are working closely with them, with the Minister of Itaukei Affairs. Whatever issues raised in the IVDP individual, it's shared with us, so that we can also include that in our development program. Because I'm not sure what the ministry's plan from that IVDP, but the current process at the moment, they said that across to us, then we'll include it in our village development plan. The only challenge that we have, because they are focusing on the village boundary. But for us at the rural, it's covered all the rural administrative boundaries. So that's the current progress at the moment. And also for information, last year, the ministry for the first time managed to consolidate all the issues that were raised from the Bosnia Tigina and Bosnia Sana. First time the ministry did that last year. We managed to do it. One of the reasons is, previously, issues that were raised from the district and the provincial council meeting, it's just stay within the division, never been consolidated. And at the HQ, we are not aware what is the common issues. What is the common issues? So what we're doing now, when we consolidate, then we see these are common issues across the division. And then once we do that, then we also analyze it by division. These are common issues for Eastern Division, common issues for Central Division. And I give you some example. Overall, most of the issues are coming from, when I said issues, like in terms of the request, coming in through the Bosnia Tikina and Bosnia Sana. Most of the top of the issues now is the road issues. So we are happy that PWD is coming back. We are hoping that PWD will address most of it. Then the next one is water supply issues. Those are top two issues. Then we have communication issues. Then we have requests for evacuation centers, sea walls. Those are the top of the issues that were coming from all the divisions. Then we have issues that are common in certain divisions. Good example is Eastern Division. Eastern Division, top of the issues there is a communication issues. And then Central Division, top of the issues, water issues. I think you were already aware what's happening in the Central Division right now. So it's helped us to prioritize, right? It's helped us to prioritize. I mean, even you can access those information through your individual program. It can also help to prioritize as well. In terms of these are issues that are coming from all the division. So hopefully that will align as well from because whatever issues raised from the Tikina and provincial level, it's probably derived from we assume it's coming from the village development plan as well, from the village development plan. So hopefully that can partially answer some of your question. Thank you.
Naka, Rambul Saka. Makisi teman tokula mena matsangay muturik dikos. Terus sa tengah nakaway turangan na balat sa nituway. Tani ni sali indolabut samba nituway. Ya meto sa kami nangonong ko. Si semberangan niya natin naway. Si chik sambangan lingan ratu na tamban niway. Ya nakaway sa nga chik balat chik mem sa kana lenbonwa. Bata sa kantanong nandang mati bibito biasa chik bikim na typhoid. Chik sa akin na ribrimbi ni na gaya ta bikim mental. Kaway sa chicken na puno na buksa ka niway lak sa chumay. Sa uchambang ko panem bagin mem karap sa chumay. Kani karuasa nga na footpath. Kani sabi pambak na kor sa ditip sa chumay na footpath. Dambak na chim sa limbuto ko sa na bulsauts. Babilan na kinabali ko ni kan sa to sa chicken. Kaway sa chumay na puno na kanapau chisak na project libong ko. Karena unsal sa kacung nan rangon libuli, nan rambutu kata sa kacung na takso kacung nan ini boka, garang kalau sa kacung na wolu, kiri sa kacung na kena kawai sa kacung nan rambul langon, kena ucuca na unsal sa kani bitarta, na budfun salim buti ko cambaka, salim sobi takuc, ker sa kacung na kena kawai tik sa kacung na bunai ruo muturi kau pulau. Landang bang na buna mama kyo polo ya ki muturik sing tarik ko ra nak sa na netu ker sa chicken na bimbi yan kana ka isa naksak
Naka nawali ko yan. We confirm ta nga na taro that the question on what supply is the one that we just commissioned lately by the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister. Oh, yeah. So the water supply is not yet reached the. Okay. So I'll liaise with the water authority of Fiji because I think that's their project. So I'll liaise with them with regards to that feedback. With regards to the other requests, footpaths. Okay. See, my advice to all the provincial council is like this. Sometimes when they raise their issues, their requests, they assume that government will prioritize it. On that day, this is the process. What we're doing when we consolidate all the requests, then we rank it in terms of priority. We want to see which division, which province, which village, which Tikina deserve the most, because we are dealing with the limited funds. As you already, I think one of the issues because try to reduce the level of debt that we have. So that's limited fund we are working on. So for us, we can just whoever comes first, we proceed with the facilitating the request. It will depend on the nature of request, and we also consider other requests that are already with us, and then we prioritize it, right? Okay, one example is this. Okay, Motoriki, you just receive your water supply, right? Now we are requesting for footpath. Maybe your neighbor haven't received any assistance from the government. Maybe they just right, your turn for footpath. And then probably the next cycle, then footpath will come to Motoriki. So that's how we share try to share the limited resources we have in terms to ensure that we are not focusing most of the assistance to just a certain community. So that's how the process. So at least we understand, so that we sometimes when we putting our request with high expectation, right, that the government is we waiting for government to address it. And also what we encourage and advise our communities is, that's why the importance of invest in income generating projects, because the assumption is when community gain those income, we are assuming it will help in addressing some of those community needs, like footpaths, right? For example, if Motoriki come up with the income generating projects that we can help them to fund some of the projects that they are requesting through government and through other agencies. So those are areas and directions we are trying to encourage and empower communities in order to reduce the number of requests and also overall reduce the number of debts that we are talking about for the government.
Turayan, no kusota na footpath sa bola kasartu nga nyuchi. Kito warang sa chunga na punishment saka. Saya tagi sa katumba kasi ember sa chungain.
Sadon, I'll liaise with PLO Mevici with the request. Nak.
Sa Bula Binaka. Au viatara nangonong ko may upapin na binataka na ministry ruwa-ruwa. Inabing garabi nungu district Maimbaya. Nanugutaro bagong litim nga na ministry ni social welfare. O via kilanga sa tikumbeka endo ni tuba-tuba in a ministry, probably the disability unit. Na kenra sangay semendra supporta ko ira na nandaw ni ba yung karabi. We're persons with disability. We're na carers, nira sandaw balusia non ranga una sabaot. Lew na nga una rabang atake non rabing karabi. Ti kumbeka so tal ni tabi non doon merang karaba. Yera sabang atake ti una nga una ya. Merang karabira. We're na lew ni bubale. So we're na lew ni non ramatang kalimbe keratiko. Kaya dabi korkoro Kaya daw bisti ko na lew na bi korkoro ko. Sa tiko ba ando sarangan alam di bubale. Yan non rabing karabi. Pero solya wali non ranga una. Non rayaw talaga. Non karabi na lew di bubale. Paling kayo tutubakin niya ngonra. Erso ersanda bubantu atu pinapalib.
If I may just quickly translate that, the question is about the carers of people living with disability. If there's any provisions under the ministry that looks after the carers of people living with disability. And before we give it to the ladies to answer, the acting PS has to leave in the next couple of minutes. Are there any outstanding? Oh, 11 acting PS.
If there's other questions coming through for the ministry, I would suggest you can send it through email, or because I need to attend another technical working group for the ROI for the next week's summit. Any question? Okay, last one. Mine.
Sincere apologies, acting PS. The question is something that's pertinent to what we have been discussing. I just like to thank you for touching on the plans when it comes to disaster management. You mentioned that the Disaster Management Act, and one part of the discussions was budgeting to prepare for disasters? If you could speak to that.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And I think the Act has some specific language to address that. We are encouraging all line ministries to ensure that they budget certain aspect of their program towards disaster management, and it has to be visible so that we can ensure these are the component that will address the disaster related element for all government programs. Because sometimes they kind of embed it together with their normal annual program, and it's not visible. The reason why it's make it visible so that we can ensure what is the contribution. What is the contribution of budget towards disaster management? I think probably, hopefully that will answer your question. Yeah.
Thank you for that question. So far, for the disability, we know that we have a disability allowance scheme for permanent disabilities. But for the carers, as far as I do understand, there is nothing on the carers, but please just allow us to take that question back to the disability unit. Probably it's in one of their upcoming submissions in terms of, the carers, because they are providing assistance to persons living with disabilities at community level. Thank you.
Can we allow these two ladies here to ask their question about disability, because it's along the same vein?
Thank you. I'm Unai Simbakewa, Tabua Dikos, and also the focal point for disability group in Tabua. My questions goes to Madam from the Ministry of Poverty Relations. I think in the last 2 years, there was a program being given to the people with disability and also the social welfare allowance for their from the Ministry of Housing for them to apply for the accessible in their homes, and it was a $100,000 grant, and they can apply for $5,000. The thing that hinders me was the long criteria that they were being given. I mean, the information was given from the social welfare to their members, they can apply. But the systems was given from the Ministry of Housing Authority. And it was really very difficult for people with disability. And it's really sad to see them running around with a big criteria when we tend to see from that 100,000, only 20 recipients can apply for that for $5,000 for their accessibilities in their homes. And the questions that I want to ask is, what was the criteria? I mean, how the lack of access to information, and thinking about people with disabilities and giving that list of criteria they have to work in, going to the lands department, going to the Ministry of Housing. And for us living in Tabua, we have to go right down to Lautoka to access for the Ministry of Housing. If next time, it's just a suggestion. If next time you can bring those programs down to the community level so that they can access, and the accurate access to information can be given so that those vulnerable ones do not have to run around to access to those informations. Thank you.
The application for the 5,000 that So, okay, can you just repeat that question, the first one?
The 100,000 assistance that people with disability can apply for their housing accessibilities. With a long list of criteria to do in order for them to get to that assistance.
Thank you. Again, our apologies. Can we please be allowed if the questions is written with your contact so that we will liaise specifically to the disability unit and get the answer back to you, please. But our apologies. I know with government, we must have all understand that we have processes in place to reach to Z. From A to Z, there is a process that we have to follow, but probably they also spaces where processes can be streamlined. But for that, can we please be allowed to go back to our disability unit and get the responses, and we'll come back to you, madam. Thank you.
Just to contribute in answering that question, I think you mentioned something about access to information. Okay, we have our district officers that probably are closer to your location. You can use that office to raise your concerns, and then this DO office will that's their job to liaise with other line ministries with regards to the issues that you want to raise. So probably if you have issues or you have difficulties in accessing information with our DO office, you can raise it to PA office or Commissioner Weston, or even raise it to me. Then I can alert them with regards to the issues.
Sorry, I'm just going to grab this opportunity to maybe even move in this forum that you have seen the interest. There's a lot of issues that need to be addressed. And I really like that the PS talked about the Eastern Division. They've really been left out. And we've just been hearing from Kandau. Luckily, we just brought 3 of them. If not, we would be spending the whole forum talking about Eastern Division issues. But I think this then compels us, as of course, to move that we have a poverty summit. It would have been nice to have a poverty summit before the economic summit, because then, you know, all of the areas that are being missed out in this conversation, because it's always happening in Suva. But we hear so much of what's happening out there in the Eastern. And I like that there is some really good initiatives that your ministries are doing. And hopefully that'll sort of influence the budget submissions that we are going to make as FCOS. We hear you. We know that you are trying. And I know that the initiatives around data and around coordination is good, and that's going to support some of our communities. We also note the idea of mainstreaming that you have been doing. There are some institutions that badly need that mainstreaming, not only of gender, but also of risk-informed development, because we see that a lot of the development that takes place is not risk-informed. And so many times we are talking to them in a language that they don't seem to understand. So that mainstreaming needs to happen urgently because of the issues of climate change. So I want to move that Rural Development and Ministry of Social Welfare and Toke Affairs, who is not here, even though we are in their complex or their compound, get together and organize a poverty summit. It's long overdue. If we can have that before the end of the year, that would be great. So that we can hear about, you know, the situation on the ground. Because when we're talking about economic summit, I know that there is priority on growth. What we want is inclusive growth, which our friend from Jubilee Australia talked to us about, because it's a measure to manage our debt levels as well. So we want growth, but we want inclusive
green growth. Thank you.
Thank you. And also throw it into the complexity of things. Is we're talking about the labor mobility, people moving. All our young people are moving to Australia and New Zealand to pick apples, to go to farm, to use the butcher. But how are we strengthening that in our communities to ensure that there's no overlap or there's no gaps?
I just want to comment on the directors. I'll with regards to the symposium, to the summit, the ministries fully support that. We'll leave it to the hands of the acting director to organize it for us. Fully support the need to have that summit because we really need it as well. With regards to we mentioned something about the population shift. I want to touch base on that as well because it's very important for us to understand. See, when you compare when you analyze the two census, you can see when we talk about rural urban reef, that's very alarming to see that the age group that are shifting is the age group that what we call economically active age group. It's the age group from 18 to 49. This is the age group that are moving from rural to urban. And what is left, and what we noted is age group that 50 plus that is increasing. And it's worrying because probably it's driven by the fact that most are retired and then go back to their village. But what is the worrying thing is when the government push so many rural development and the burden is on this age group to implement it, right? These are the age groups who are supposed to be giving advice, not actually doing implementing the projects, right? That's something that we need to reverse. And then it's driven by the fact that most of them are also going overseas for the palm workers, right? But the worrying thing is those that are coming to the rural urban areas, and now they're creating strain on the existing infrastructure in the urban areas. And you can see that's why we have a lot of squatters, informal settlements, thriving in our urban areas, partially driven as well by the slow in the residential development. You know, you can see the rate of residential development in around the central division is very slow. That's why you have thriving in informal settlement squatters. And also because of the lack in opportunities in the rural areas. That's why people are shifting. The point is that age group. That's what we need to address it together. And I need to excuse myself because I need to go and attend another meeting.
Just before you go, Acting PS, to the distinguished panelists, the Acting PS for Ministry of Maritime and Development, the two ladies from the Ministry of Social Welfare, the Acting Director Poverty Unit, and also the Principal Women's Officer, who's no stranger to me. On behalf of the Pacific Islands Association of Non-Government Organizations, the Fiji Council of Social Services, the partners who've coordinated this workshop, Jubilee Australia, that's here, on behalf of all of the D courses that are represented in the room, and I'm told there's about 17 D courses that are here, and also the national CBOs and NGOs. I apologize, I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Mr. Vakarel from Live and Learn Environment Education. I've been given the privilege to move a very big level for your time and your expertise and sharing your plans with the forum this morning. We understand everybody's got the summit as a priority next week, but for you to take out a bit of your time to come and share with us the work that you've all been doing. I don't know about the others, but as each speaker was speaking, I kept feeling the winds of change. Change is coming. Part of the challenge that we faced sitting on the outside looking into government is the lack of coordination, as some of you have admitted, working in silos, not talking to each other. And that's forced us to then cope with what falls through the cracks. So it's very encouraging as a rep of an NGO to hear that you've just been talking collaboration, coordination, building capacities across government departments. When the head is organized, every other part of the body gets organized. So with that, I speak on behalf of everyone in the room in saying, we wish you all the very best as you take your plans to scale that you've shared with us this morning, and have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chelly and Marioni. You'll answer a few more questions. We're saying thank you to Turanga Tobata for being with us today. A round of applause, please. They just have a couple more questions and we are.
Pinaka, my name is Vani Tubuki and I chair the body course from the Western Division. My question is around women economic empowerment on the business women. How well do the ministry monitor those businesses from outside or partners from outside that come into the villages and buy or have women make things to sell abroad. You know, some of the women, CBOs, club-based organizations, some of the Songsong Marama, the Methodist Church women. There are certain women that do handicrafts and are bought by businesses from outside and they sell. And some even the businesses within, some of the companies within and sell abroad. You know, we've had been talking to some of the women. You know, they buy from them $5 for a doll or for a basket, and they sell outside for $100. Right? They take it to overseas, and then we see it in the market. We see it at Tapus. They're selling it for double or tripling it, no? And the amount they give to the women that have struggled one whole day or one whole week is not enough. How well do the ministry monitor? I know this the buying and selling, while women are the ones that are doing it, and then they're not getting enough for what they're doing. Some of them the baskets, some the dolls, and then businesses come and buy. So and it's an annual thing. No, it's an annual thing that they come and buy to the women in the rural areas, some in the urban areas too. And another one is around how many safe houses do you have in the Western Division for women, and how many homes do you have in the Western Division for the active ones, ones that are active? Because right now in Ba, they come to us to look for a safe place to stay. And sometimes when we call the Salvation Army, it's not operating. And even the Women's Crisis Center, the one that opened a few years ago, launched a few years ago, is still not open yet. So we're just wondering, where could we take the women to? How many safe houses you have in the West for women? How many homes you have in the Western Division for children? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll touch on the last one first in terms of safe houses. I've alluded to the guideline for the safe homes, or the safe houses, and this is for the gender-based violence. But in relation to your question, there are safe houses, but the thing is, it's not being registered formally, you know, to allow them for us to go and audit. That's why we are now putting in place the gender-based violence guideline for that matter. But the one that we're working with at the moment is the Family Care Center. That's the one in Lautoka. But the thing is, in terms of that, it depends on the capacity. So what we have been receiving at the moment, whether cases coming from other divisions who've been calling even the department and also the helpline, it's that we're working with those stakeholders, because sometimes the capacity is very low, does not meet, you know, the requirement. And in some cases, we also have to take in some of these women to keep them because they have nowhere to stay. And we work with the Fiji Women's Crisis Center, who also, help us in terms of temporary accommodation and medical services specific. But if you are tied up in terms of finding accommodation, you can always liaise with the Department for Women, because sometimes they will rely on information that we give instead of, giving spaces to other organizations. And I must say that we have partnership with Homes of Hope in terms of taking in, some of the survivors, just to answer your question. The second one is in relation to, the monitoring of the those that actually, probably the artisan for that matter. At the moment, I think, let me put it this way, in most cases, what we are trying to do is that, women's issues are not just the issue of the Department for Women. And I think that's where our gender transformative institutional capacity development comes in, that it's taken as the issue for other department, other ministry who have programs that are related to that. For example, a small and micro enterprise department for that matter. And in terms of the monitoring, we actually work with a group that we are currently providing assistance to. But for those that are doing those work that we are not aware of, we would not be in a position to gauge what is it, the issue that's coming from them. And probably for that, maybe we can discuss more in terms of, gauging what is it and who are the linkages in terms of that. But the thing is, and this is also the issue that we're facing, not just from there, but also at the flea market. When women are desperate for money, they go and sell their products at very, at much cheaper price compared to the seller price at the market. And that is something that we're working on also in relation to our National Women's Expo, where we work with them in terms of costing and pricing too, so that the cost of goods are not really that high, but reasonable in terms of production costs. But as I've alluded to, there's actually a work currently in place in terms of the National Action Plan, but definitely let me discuss with you further on in terms of the matter. And I must also say that we have an Women's Economic Empower Desk, and there's a dedicated officer who can also get in constant touch with you on the matter.
Thank you. You can hear.
Bunda, from Manti. Firstly, I'm just wanting to ask something about on the different scheme for social welfare. We know that want to thank the government firstly for helping us for the assistance that's been provided through the scheme, but due to its ongoing issues of the cost of living, is there any way that the ministry can look into reviewing the terms of maybe the allocating the allowance for people with the elderly, especially, and the people living with disability, because I'm sure it's in the budget, but my question is, how much it is allocated to the schemes, and is it allocated to match the cost of living of nowadays? And so is it calculated to match the cost of living nowadays. And also, I'd like to just emphasize that how important it for the government to look into to be real about the commitment and towards all the schemes available for the total welfare. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our principal accounts officer too is sitting at the back there and laughing when that question is brought forth. But I know when you talk about the cost of living, yes, what our recipients are getting is it's way less than when you compare to the cost of living, which is high. But just going back to the calculation on the highest on the incidence of poverty, as alluded earlier by our acting PS, who was also a former chief statistician at the FIBOS, according to the highest, if a person in a household, it's assumed that there are 4 people in the house. So the calculation, according to highest, it's if an adult is living on $41.91 per week, meaning in a year he's earning $2,179. And then in a household, which assume there is 4 in a house, if that household is earning $8,717, they are regarded as living below the national poverty line. But to answer your question, in terms of what government through the department, through our ministry doing in terms of there's a possibility of increase in allowances. Just lately we were working on that. It's not something that probably we do understand that it will be kept in this room. There's there's a way that the ministry is looking at in terms of looking at is there's a possibility of increasing the allowances, but then we are looking at other options as well to cushion that. Currently, we all do understand that we're working towards the National Economic Summit, which is a process towards our national budget. I know our Madam Director is part of the Fiscal Review Committee for Government. But just to answer our question on the increase of allowances, yes, our ministry is trying to do something with that, but we cannot really admit it here that there will be an increase or no. But we are trying to look at options because we have seen that in the calculation for hires, we look at whatever our recipients are currently receiving is not sufficient if there will be a slash in our budget in the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meroni. Highest is household income expenditure survey, yeah? The one that and the acting PS alluded to earlier, to have a read of it, to see how much we're spending and the food we're eating. So plentiful noodles and tuna. Let's pray for morning tea in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Dear Lord, we thank you so much for your love. Thank you very much for your wisdom, for being with us in our Talanoa this morning, talking about very real issues to us in our homes, in our communities, in our division, and across the nation. We thank you, Lord, for the lives of those that came to share with us, the acting PS that has left, and the 2 ladies that's with us. We ask you to bless the spread that we're going to partake in. We think of those who are hungry. In Jesus' name we pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Where are the budget submissions that they did? Hmm? Okay. Yeah, but where's the papers? Hmm? No, today they look at their client alliances. Okay, are we in or are we out? In. We are in, we are in. Here, access and infrastructure is one. Access and infrastructure. Access and infrastructure. Can you type that up quickly so I can hear?
The next is we can actually merge.
Yeah. Access and infrastructure. Everything of local produce of Dale.
No, from Salah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks similar.
Can you go in there or different? Wait. Advocacy. And awareness. Improving social services. Okay, that's it. If political stability is okay, sir. Yeah. We just got that. Which one is this? Can you type it? Documented. All right. I know we've taken a bit of time. I just see you later. Can we just thank Ministry of and women, thank them for being here for so long and bearing with all of our questions. Okay, so as you can see, what time is it, Andre? It's 12. That was the longest 30 in history in any workshop for FCOS. We have to blame Nasinudikos because they served roti valolo. And Kali. Yeah, it's always Kali's fault. But if you look at the program, thank you, Una. Thank you for rejoining us. If you look at the program, there were 2 sessions that we have basically missed out, and that's okay. You know why? Because we did the hard work yesterday in our preparing our budget submissions. So what I'm going to do now is give the sheets back to you. We've captured the notes. As you know, the session that happened before our morning tea was really to help us think about our submissions in sectoral lenses, with sectoral lenses. And we were fortunate to have rural development, and in some ways, he applied a disaster management or risk informed. He shared with us a risk informed lens. He also talked about rural housing, which many of you are concerned with, as well as, disability housing. And then we heard from Ministry of Women and Social Welfare and Poverty Alleviation. And it was good not to have presentations, but to really just talk to you about what those components might look like in the upcoming budget. So now the the task that we have is to really relook at our divisional discussions yesterday, which means that I will ask you, I know that Nasino Dikos definitely gave you an incentive for hard work through their morning tea, that I'm going to ask you to get back into your divisional groupings and look at what you prepared yesterday. Now, Andre, over last night, clustered this into themes, common themes, right? Just like what we did yesterday. He typed up the notes and he's going to throw these 4 themes on the screen. You know, it was our attempt to help you with the sectoral lenses. So when he typed up the notes, he saw that there were four common themes. Access and infrastructure, one, and that covers, you know, even things like WASH. And then marketing of local produce, or you know, almost also about localization. A little bit of that, but specifically, Sabu Sabu thinks it's about marketing of local produce, right? And then the second is advocacy and awareness of government programs. And then improving social services. These are generally themes that were reoccurring throughout your divisional discussions. I know that a detailed one might be available later, but we've typed up your notes and we are going to redistribute that. And ask you to look at, you know, if these are things you're satisfied with, but after listening this morning to our colleagues, what else are we missing from our presentation? Are there things that now that you have been given clarity through their presentation that might not be priorities? Or do you feel strongly about particular things that you want to perhaps make more explicit in your presentation or in your divisional submission? So I'm going to give you maybe half an hour just to check in as divisional groups and just discuss what you heard this morning and to relook at maybe your budget submissions as you drafted it to see whether it needs to change, whether there are themes that you want to talk across divisions about. I know we talked a lot about divisions, but today is about looking at thematic areas. Are there thematic areas that are talking back to you from your, not only from your submissions or your drafts yesterday, but also from this morning's discussions? How does that sound for a after morning tea activity? Alternatively, we could start having cover at this point in time, you know. Yes. You know? Yes. Okay, so have we distributed the the divisional? Move that and then we'll send it. Okay, great. Before we do that, I think ISOA has an alternative plan and it won't involve cover.
Ma'am, just a suggestion, picking up on how you said to discuss it, whether there are issues across divisions, might I suggest that we do thematic areas and have a mix of divisions so that we see whether it resonates across the divisions?
That's a better suggestion. What do you think? Yes. Okay. So the suggestion from ISOA is that we have some themes here and that we will break out into those groups. So that means that we might have a World Cafe session where, you know, one cafe discusses access and infrastructure. The second cafe is about marketing of local produce. The third one is on advocacy and awareness of government programs. And the fourth one will be improving social services. So for the next hour, we spend maybe 10 to 15 minutes at each table to contribute to that drawing from your divisional submission. So what I'll ask Josiah to do is paste it up here. So in case you forgot it, you forgot what you wrote yesterday, which usually happens in this group, we will have it here. Yeah? We will have it here. Josiah, if you can, Josiah and Tim, can you just put up the divisional submissions so that as we are moving through the groups, we are drawing from what we had discussed. You also heard from the PS and the director about the challenges they face. And that's supposed to shape how we do this. Yeah? How do we, the PS was talking about how rural outer island program, wasn't given the priority that it should have been given. Eh? He was hinting to us that maybe he needs some help in advocacy, in leveraging the issue of ROI. It's called ROI, Rural Outer Island Program. So as we sit in these groups, as we are moving, one thing you might want to ask is why? Why is this important? Or why is it not prioritized? And then the second thing, how? How do we ensure that this is prioritized? I'm not just talking about advocacy, I'm also talking about perhaps, how it can be done so that it's more effective. Because sometimes policymakers might think it's not important because they're not seeing the tangible outcomes or the impacts. So maybe you want to discuss that too. But I'm going to ask you to discuss this in the group. Because if you feel passionately about it and you followed these issues, you will have some solutions and we want to hear that. But make sure that you are doing this in the group, that everyone has a chance to speak. Please don't take over the speaking space or the airtime. Allow others who may not be confident in the group to speak. We all have lived realities about this. Maybe not me, because I live in Suva. But some of you, many of you have lived the reality of the challenges that we are going to discuss. So that's what I'm encouraging you to bring. Bring those experiences. Remember, you will not have the same experiences. Some people will have a much easier or maybe a more positive experience. Some may not have. We want to hear from everybody. Sounds clear? Okay, so we'll go with access and infrastructure maybe here to the ladies, because they're listening very intently to me. This table, these two tables is about access and infrastructure, marketing of local produce, Una and Tia. And then advocacy and awareness of government programs maybe here. These two tables. And then I'm just marking out the station. Improving social services. Remember, okay, then we have to divide ourselves into how many groups? 4 groups. Can you do that amongst yourselves or you need my help? Taufa and group. Your table is to be merged with Seva's table. Right? And hey, tabango. Central. Okay. Can you divide yourselves equally amongst tables? Yes? The 5 W's and a H. Yeah, the 5 W's and a H. Okay, we are at, we have divided ourselves equally. Taufa is giving me the side look. Oh, Roville. Hi. Welcome back. Okay. So you understand your themes, eh? Can we have some men here? Men here? Querer to na kay lamay biti. Querer to na kay lamay biti ke. Lamay biti. Orto may muria. Batik is avoiding looking at me. Motorik is avoiding. Oi. May lamay biti. Motoriki. May. Usaya. Change valuable. How much time have we got? How much time? Okay. We are going to spend 15 minutes. 15 minutes at each table. It's starting now. It's 12:20. So at 12:35, you'll have to move. And very simply, if you need guidance on how you are discussing, you can apply the 5 W's and a H, you know. So some of it might mean translating some of what you've said yesterday from your divisional drafting sheets here, and using that, the 5 W's and a H, you know. You don't have to answer all. It's just to guide your conversation in case you sit there and you say, what are we supposed to do? Which usually happens in this circle. Yeah. You already have it. So we're just translating it using these local lenses, these lenses we have. Yeah? Okay, 15 minutes. If you need sticky, Josiah, can we have a sticky colored, what do you call? Yeah? Some of you took our sticky notes last night. Josiah has said that. I didn't say that. All right, 15 minutes. Seva, Nisha, and whoever. See, they're all looking at each other because they were not supposed to move and they moved that table. And I can see Mr. Nakora is bewildered at the back. He's like, what? Okay, then Mr. Nakora, you have to come and explain because you didn't hear the instructions. Okay, fourth table. Okay, so very quickly, because I don't want to hold you from our love lunch because I can see Francis, nice Sarah out there. All right, so very quickly, 2 minutes to our friend to explain the gist of the conversation. The details are here. The details are here, so you don't have to go into detail. But I want him to give me a summary in about 2 sentences of what has come through his cafe.
Thank you, Madam Idi. Vinaka, marketing of local produce, when we talked about this issue, we were looking at communities in the maritime area and in the rural communities on the 2 main islands. So we answered the 5 whys and the how. And that is how we came up with all these points. And that is why I think we have the most colorful presentation. No, we saw you copied us. And yes, so everything is here. It's all about why there's a need to market local produce. Who should be involved in the marketing, and when, where, and what? What are the things that we need to market? Thank you.
You are just repeating back to me the question I asked you. Can you sum it up? So can you sum it up? What are the key things that jump out at you when you were doing this? What were the things that people kept saying?
They said a lot of things.
What happens when you drink too much environment?
Hey, I don't drink environment.
The people?
Okay, the main issue around is the people which are in the rural communities who are the producers of most of the things, but they are not being considered or supported properly. So everything here is about supporting them and making use or put to use whatever is it that they produce, whether they are farmers, fishermen, whether they are weavers in the village. Okay, right, that's all.
It's a good summary. Thank you, Seva, and thank you to this group and all the groups that came. Now to Nisha, same question, 2 sentences. If you were to summarize all of what has been said in your group, and we'll just have a look at this. This is more structured, by the way, Seva. This gone off. So yours was access and infrastructure. If you were to summarize this, into 2 sentences, who are the most important perhaps, and what is the main action that you want to address in this area?
Okay, I want to address this area. I feel everything is important here because it's related to our communities. Yeah, and the water sanitations and the nurses, the health centers, evacuation centers, sea walls, drainage, communities, especially communities that get, this is Wailea settlement always get flooded in Watuanga. So this is the main flooding point here. And health service should be improved in quality. Yeah, because nowadays they don't care. Yes. Most of the nurses, they just gone from Fiji for the many many options from overseas. Yeah. And the water for the clean safe. And the solar, there's an electricity and solar. People can go down to solar. Instead of paying bills every month, they can buy once and it's theirs, the solar ones. So this is community can use, solar for not paying extra money for the, bills. And this, this is the quality information in vernacular. This this is for the rural people where they don't understand English. So it can be improved in the vernacular. So it will be easier for them. And this area is important too. With the traffic, Suvarnasori corridor, Lami Suva. So there's they can make some facilities like barge, and so they can stop the traffic on the roads, and school children can go on time. Thank you.
All right, so she's given you an overview. I think I'm looking at this and seeing that there's some population cohorts jumping out. One, women and children's group. Second, informal settlements, right? And then some great ideas out of this is the renewable energy, solar, which is great. And also waste management, which ties to the issues around WASH. Are we happy with what has been discussed here? Can we move to the group at the back? Okay.
Testing.
In 2 sentences. In 2 sentences on advocacy
the gist of your group, the gist of your discussions.
Okay, on advocacy and awareness of government programs. In 2 sentences, I believe there's not enough for the last decade. There's not enough advocacy and awareness of government programs coming down to our local communities and the causes. There should be more done. And your second question is, not yet? That was okay. Okay, so with everything that everyone's collected, we believe if we can actually make use of our D courses, because they go down to all our community levels in regarding everyone that's affected in the communities. Say for instance, if someone needs help with social welfare, they're actually particular with what help that they need, but then not everybody is familiar with what Department of Social Welfare that they will need to go and see.
Sounds really good. Makes a lot of sense. You say that advocacy and awareness is low and that needs to be really, really improved. For the last 16 years, we've seen just how bad those things are. Then you make the suggestions that DCOS might be able to fill that gap. Thank you.
Can I just make
add one more
suggestion before we finish?
Yes.
It's just a suggestion that if FCOS can consider formal arrangements with government, in that
formal arrangements with government.
Yes.
Okay.
In that way, I think it would be easier for the government to
Yes.
see or recognize what's happening behind the scenes.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, last group, Mr. Nakora. Hi. Oi.
Mr. Nakora.
Ours is on improving social services. Man, you might as well go eat now because this will take long. Again, listing down all the social services that needed to be the discussion today, the discussion yesterday has been around this, especially from us in the Eastern. The what, the when is something that we can influence. This morning, as the gentleman from Moturiki requested about, they said, priorities changes with every government and where they go, but this is something that we can influence. Looking at the last few days, we need to know where and when and who to influence in order to get those things done as well. And the time to do it. Now we've been given time to do budget submissions. This is other kind of spaces that we need to go to. But one of the things we should always know, we should not always wait for the light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes you need to go and light the bloody thing up yourself. As they said this morning about risk assessments on where the government grants should go, we need to be guided by a government statistic, but validated with communities' influence, so closing the loop on those data that has been gathered over the last 3 years. The how, just like we did yesterday, you need to look at situational scan, back up by data. We need to know where we are in order to know where we should be journeying towards. And then we develop forecast and map our action and interventions for that as well. Gone are the days where they come in with their burst of service, government roadshow, just few hours, the ban there. And by the end, when they go back, nothing has been done, right? Just like the other group, talking about structural arrangement between government and costs, followed by capacity. You need to be capacity building, awareness of programs on their programs, so that you can be the contact person. They will call you. We are coming in this week. Please tell everyone that needed to be, that wanted to receive social welfare assistance to prepare all this. Because when they don't have all those documents, again, all the money and everything they've spent, they go back and wait for the next year where they come for another roadshow. Recognizing integrated village development plan, or as Kanongo have said, they've done a strategic plan for some of the communities, respecting and remain true to that. A lot of times government will change, but your priorities should not change. Do not be guided by, oh, we have the money for this, you want to do something on this? No, we have our priorities here with us. Please, if you're going to come and work with us, do this. And if one thing is PFM has done in the last few days is empower us to know that the money that they're using, they're bringing, we are actually paying them to come and do this. If we don't change that mindset,
that was 15 sentences, but we indulged in. Do we have any questions? How did we feel about that session? Were you able to use ideas from your divisional submissions or your divisional drafts? I heard a no here somewhere. Okay, somebody's planning to speak. Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? We're looking at things right now, the four thematic areas, mainly on service delivery. But the issue I'm trying to raise now is about governance. If we don't have political stability, we'll have the problem in this government delivery. So we need political stability. So in that, we need also for the military to be, as soon as possible, we have the defense review to cover the community. For that reason, we have to submit to the government. We need that to neutralize the military so that we don't need a referendum, so we can go to the legislation to be changed across the board. Without that, we'll be going round and round because we are not hitting the nail to the right place.
Thank you, Mr. Rega. While you're still standing, I'm going to ask you, because yours is a very pointed suggestion, because I thought maybe I'm sure that is covered under advocacy and awareness of government programs. I'm sure that somewhere there they talked a little bit about it, but I'll come back to them because he's still standing. I'm going to ask him this. If there was one law that you think is critical for that to happen, what you've just talked about, what is that? Which review? What review? Are you suggesting the Constitution? Are you suggesting
Military Act? And that's the reason we need the defense review to be a neutral organization to suggest to the government, you need to change this because political stability depends on that. The military currently thinks that they're above the law. That's for sure. Unless we change that, we'll still be going round and round with the services because we are not hitting the legislation and the right forum to deliver it to the community.
a defense review? Sorry? By an independent committee. Defense review. If you are in agreement, can you just raise your hand of that? Yes? Yeah. Maybe we can put that in your section. This group. Kalbati is looking around. Kalbati, are you here? I was like, maybe you put that in your group. And it's like, which group? Because I'm trying to situate it in the 4. Advocacy and awareness. And we can reshape the title a little bit to ensure that it features the governance, good governance aspect that you're talking about.
Yes, we need this is the top-down approach. We have to hit the head.
Yes.
Right now, we're going on the service delivery.
Yes. Yes. Excuse me, group 4-3. Would you like to respond to Mr. They're unsure.
I think it's the programs, the government programs that's available is, we agree it's not coming down to us, but maybe in terms of the review, it's an understanding of how the review would impact on the work that needs to be done.
Yes.
And whether it's something within the scope of what we were trying to put to government, or is it something that needs more deeper and better understanding, whether the review and what will it impact on, and whether we have time to, or we have the powers to ask for that review.
Yes.
It's understandable. It can, because we've all understood in the last 16 years, we've struggled. Yeah, it has challenged us in so many ways, in terms of the media, in terms of the services that we do, and we share stories. The ED&I share stories by seeing unmarked cars outside our homes. Yeah, and I don't know why. Maybe because we just speak the truth. But in terms of our envelope, whether that the review would impact on the work that we do, whether we just ask that this could be something that we ask for or push for, or is it something that we would like to do as part of this? I hear where that's coming from, because it will still always challenge us. And many times we think of those at Ndela Nambua as a different country of their own with their laws and rules and regulations. But that's EO. That's the conversation here, whether the act is outside of the constitution, or whether the review of the constitution will impact on that review or push it along, and whether asking for that would impact the work that we do.
No.
Yes.
Thank you. I think it's good to take us back to yesterday, where from the Central Division, the importance of stability, political stability. I think that's what Mr. Rika, is trying to remind us, that in the Central Division, it matters very much that there is political stability in order for development, social services, infrastructure, marketing of local produce to happen. I think that's his point, and I'm glad that that we, under advocacy and awareness of government programs, that we can actually touch on that too. I can see linkages, but I think that needs to be made more clearly. Somebody has a comment. You have a comment, Isoa? A part in the yes. Access to justice.
Go in and bring in, touch on the review that's
Right.
being suggested. It's already working
Okay.
in the advocacy and awareness.
Set. Are we satisfied with that? Are you satisfied, Mr. Rika? You think that can cover it? Set. Okay, I think we are okay to move to lunch, unless you people want to stay here and I'll go and have Flovo lunch. Are we okay to move to outside? Yes? Okay, yes. Sign language. Yes. Okay, just before we go out, did you have something to say, Dee? Okay.
I was going to say something, but now I forgot what I want to say. But it was really around the political. But while you were talking, I also reflected on the South too, because there were like 5 thematic areas that you had been identifying. So it's good in terms of keep on submitting to government based this on the South too, because this is what we wanted to push. This is a concept that we know that it will guarantee commitment to support the holistic well-being. And so some of the things that you are putting forward is to do that. And I'm sure there's something on security.
Yes, I think I had this explanation maybe at around 11:30 at night from our Vice President about the word Sautu. It's two-pronged. Mr. Don Kamakama, am I right? You said to me last night at 11:30 that Sautu is two-pronged. One is about prosperity, like material or maybe visible wealth or maybe prosperity, and that's including in nature. Abundance. And then the second is around peace. Yeah? So this concern from Mr. Rika is very well suited to the topic of Sautu. And with that, I will pray for the food so I can leave you to go and eat lovo. Eh? Thank you very much for reminding us, Madam Siale. We shall now pray for our food before we come back at around 2 to 2:30. Let's bow for grace. Father, we want to thank you for 3 days or 2.5 days as we are at the moment, Father, for 2.5 days of good discussions, great insights, Lord, with wisdom that you have imparted to all of those who are in this room, that it's generating the sort of discussions that will benefit our communities and our children and our future generation. We continue to uphold our country, its leadership into your hand. We pray also over the food that has been prepared by Nosori Dikos. We thank you for all of those who have supported this initiative. We thank you for the families from which these leaders have come from. We pray that you will bless it. You will bless them. You will bless the food that's prepared for us. Continue to journey with us till the end of today. We thank you. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Lunch.